You think it's just him? I'm listening. Test, test. Let the House come back to order. I believe you have House Calendar Supplement 1 on your desk. They've been handed out. These are the one House bill, I believe, and then Senate bills that the committee has been taking up in committee. I will recognize the Chairman of Appropriations, gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to recognize the gentlelady from Amite to handle number 1 on the supplement calendar.
Lady from Amite, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to House Bill number 50, call it up, and make the usual motion.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is simply transferring $2.5 million from the Capital Expense Fund to the Victims of Human Trafficking and Commercial Sexual Exploitation Fund. It's going to be effective from and after passage. That's an explanation of House Bill 50, Mr. Speaker, and I move final passage.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Owen, for what purpose?
Not a question, Mr. Speaker, but I need to hold House Bill 49 on a motion unless I forget about it. House Bill 49 is a general bill.
It was not held on a motion?
Not yet, no, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will do that. Please notify the chairman. All right. All right. I don't see anyone seeking recognition, lady. You move final passage?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
She moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 100 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House, let's go to item number 2. I recognize the gentleman from Neshoba, Chairman of Appropriations B, to explain his bills.
Gentleman from Neshoba, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 2, Senate Bill 2028, call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2028 is the appropriation for the Department of Ag and Commerce. It comes in at $29,540,519. That is $1,156,728 above LBR, and I move final passage.
Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson, for what purpose?
A question, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman, do you yield for a question?
Yes.
Gentlemen, thank you. I was wondering, is there any increase in salaries in this bill in the Department of Agriculture and Commerce?
No, gentlemen. We are funding 4 new positions that they asked for. One be all regulatory. One's a meat inspector, 2 seed analysts that'll be used across the state, and I'm sorry, 1 trademark assistant. But no increases in salaries.
And this thank you. And this $9,588,000 for the Livestock Coliseum Central Market. Is that any new construction or any construction at all for those new buildings? Are there any new buildings involved?
What section you on, gentlemen?
If we're on Senate Bill 2028, that's
right.
Section 1. That says this money is for the trademark building, livestock.
Yes, that's right. Yes, that money is being utilized as for those facilities that are mentioned there in Section 1. And yes, that's right, yeah.
And so
General
those,
funds.
those are for improvements, and if you can tell me, I don't know if you can, but did we give money for improvements last year to the Fair Commission for these same buildings, for improvements? Is this a continuation of?
We gave money last year for what we called Barn 14 for a re-roofing project. None of these dollars will be a part of that.
These are new, this is new improvements.
Well, this is general fund dollars that they would just incorporate within their general fund allocation to be able to use for things that they need to down there.
And this may not be under your purview, but I'm asking that question because I've noticed when we had the time to look at the IHL bill that there were some colleges and universities from dormitories and those kind of things that weren't funded, and $9 million would have gone a long way in some of those. But I'll ask that question at the
Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, you know, the biggest part of this is going to be your personal services, your wages, salaries, tips, contractual, things like that.
So is some of this money they've been able to collect as fees or service or things from rent or of events that they've been able to raise money from? Do they have control of that money, or is this part of that money? Does that money go in the general fund, like for the Dixie National Rodeo, those kind of things?
Okay. So they have authority within their special funds of that Section 2. That's fees that are collected or admissions to the rodeo, things like that.
Okay.
That they can use for the benefit and the upkeep of those buildings and things like that down there.
And so this $9 million is additional money we've appropriated to help them with those improvements as well.
Well, the $9 million in Section 1 here again is mainly personal services.
Okay.
Wages, benefits, things like that. It's broke down, gentlemen. I will tell you. Let me see if I can tell right here. Of course, we had the insurance. I mean, we had the health insurance and the PERS increase. The 4 new positions that we established. That's all part of that $9 million on top of the funding the personal services for the 232 pens that they have across the state.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
Lady from Pearl River, Miss Wilkes, for what purpose?
I had a question, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlemen, you yield for a question?
Yes.
Hey, just a quick question. Do you know if there's money in there to for the feral hog eradication program to continue that?
I want to look and see if we've got it in a particular section. Oh, okay. So yeah, no. So you part my memory. So that is they apply for that money each year through a grant program, and they have not, to my knowledge, and I want to say I'm right, they have not been allocated that money this year, but they are anticipating that money. Okay,
it comes from a
we
grant.
don't make
Okay.
a direct appropriation for that.
Gotcha. Thank you.
you.
Appreciate it.
Lady from Jones, Miss Scott, for what purpose?
I wanted to ask the gentleman a question, if I could.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, you remember there was a time that there was some, well, I want to be careful how I phrase this, but when there was advertising down at the Coliseum and in all of these areas that the commissioner was responsible for, did we ever put in place some mechanism to make sure that those, first of all, to keep up with those dollars that were in the selling of space down there and that kind of thing? Do we have something in, do they have something in place so that those monies can be accounted for?
Lady, let me look at the bill in section,
What line is that, gentlemen?
well, I've got to look. Bear with me just a minute. No, wrong one. Okay,
What line is that, gentlemen?
okay. Section 16, we allow them escalation of $1 million, lady. And that's monies they receive from grants, donations, from anything an individual, public, or somebody may pay for advertising, not specifically, not just advertising, but other things. We do give them escalation authority of $1 million in Section 16. I think that's the question you're answering.
Okay, and so then DFA then is responsible for oversight of these dollars?
No, this is escalation authority within the Department of Agriculture.
Okay, so let me ask you this, gentlemen. Who is responsible for, if I have an event down there, some big event, let's say I'm bringing Jamal Roberts here down to the Coliseum, and I'm going to be selling, those banners and all that kind of stuff that they sell and get monies for. Who has jurisdiction over that, and who is accountable for those dollars, and where can we get that information from?
Well, lady, I'm going to have to say, it would fall under the Department of Ag and Commerce, who's ultimately under the commissioner. Now, they have to give an accounting. They have to give an accounting each year to the legislature of how they've used their dollars every year. But now, I can't, when you say the jurisdiction, that's money that they're going to, that's money they're going to receive, revenues they're going to receive that we give them the authority to expend in escalation authority.
Let me just ask you last thing. In Section 16 that you took me to, where it talks about that they can accept and they can expend and they can get it from private organizations, which I'm assuming that's businesses and what have you. Then it says that they shall be received and expended on the rules and regulations of DFA. I guess what I want DFA to hear and Ag to hear is that we're going to be asking PEER to see what these regulations are, see how these dollars are accounted, or, how they are accounted for, and what the process is.
I think that would fall under the umbrella of being under the rules and regulations of any other state agency would have to operate under too. An agency just can't expend money at the whim without the first express authority of the legislature to expend the money, and then DFA administering and monitoring how the money is spent. That would be my answer.
Jim. So because that's why we want to ask. We want to make sure that, you remember, I'm not going to go into it all out here, but there was some discrepancies down there. And so I just wanted to be sure that that has been corrected, and if this is the language that corrects it, that DFA does these regulations, because this only talks about not to exceed $1 million. We don't really know how much advertising they sell now.
I really don't. I don't have it all, and it's not in my notes, lady. We can get that, but I do not have it here.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that, sir.
Okay.
You move final passage?
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 101 yeas, 2 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item number 3, Senate Bill 2029. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the appropriation for the county livestock shows. I will tell you what we've done. Those of you that have livestock shows in your county, we have increased that award amount from $1,000 to $2,000 per county. We did that hoping that we will increase the monetary incentive for these kids to show more cattle and participate in these shows. It's only a $15,000 increase to the LBR, so it comes in at $266,540, which is a $15,000 increase to LBR. and that's an explanation of the bill.
Don't see any questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 101 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 4, Senate Bill 2030. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the appropriation for the Board of Animal Health. It comes in at $3,201,762. This is $314,627 above LBR. That covers the health insurance PERS, vacancy funding, spread out through some of the general funds and special funds. It's, let me say, 133, 168, about $240,000 is things that are involved in responding to animal disease and things like that, things that they are really struggling with right now with the avian flu and things like that. Some of it's contractual, some of it's within the agency, but it does account for, when you account for everything, about $314,000 above the LBR. Had extensive conversations with Dr. Watson, trying to keep them as lean as we can, but then again, protect the agricultural interests across the state. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 98 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item number 5, Senate Bill 2031. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the appropriation for the Gaming Commission. It comes in at $11,243,636. This is $505,233 over LBR. This increase in LBR covers your health insurance and PERS and the vacancy funding for its 119 pens that is there, and that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, do you yield?
Yes, sir.
You said that, how much was that over LBR for health insurance?
Well, okay, $4,326 for health insurance, and then for vacancy funding, $505,000. That's money that they have appropriated to them or generated to them that they may have available to fill vacancies throughout the year. So,
gotcha. So, gentlemen, would you agree with me if you had a $500 million investment in the city of Jackson? Would that help with this budget, this appropriation?
Ask the question again, I'm sorry.
If we had a $500 million investment in Hinds County, would this help with this appropriation bill?
Gentlemen,
I mean, you don't have to agree, but I'm just asking, just yes or no.
Gentlemen, that's a policy question. We're dealing with fiscal matters right here, so I can't.
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate your honesty in saying yes. Thank you.
I don't see any further questions.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 99 yeas, 2 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item number 6, Senate Bill 2019. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the appropriation for the Board of Registered Professional Geologists. Comes in at $144,816. It's a whopping $973 over LBR. and that's an explanation of the bill.
Don't see any questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 98 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item number 7, Senate Bill 2023, and call it up and make the usual motion, please.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed read the third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the appropriation for the Board of Veterinary Examiners. It comes in at $200,296, which is the LBR level funding at our current fiscal year 25. So it's level funded at LBR, and that's an explanation of the bill.
I don't see any questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 97 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
I'll yield the floor to the gentleman from Lafayette to handle these few bills.
Gentleman from Lafayette, you're recognized for the next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 8, Senate Bill 2026. Call it up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed read the third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the appropriation for the Department of Corrections. Total final budget came in at $468,953,599. Of that, $438,203,210 is state support. That's the explanation.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chairman yield?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, what's the increase for correction again?
Yes, sir. I'll be happy to go through those. We had $12,388,493 for the medical contract that went from $1,602 a day to $1,691 a day per inmate. $4,475,060 for an increase to all the regionals to get all regionals up to $32.71 per inmate per day.
And I think that's where I want to stop you at. I want to talk about the regionals a little bit. What's the total increase just for the regionals?
Total increase is $4,475,060.
And that's to bring all of our regions up to
32.71.
Okay. And right now, do we know how many regionals that's not at that 32?
I don't have the exact number off the top of my head. It varies from region to region, or from facility to facility, as well as the population. Those numbers vary
and
too.
What methodology, or how do we come up with that amount?
We took their, I guess, capacity that they have, and did that times the per diem of $32.71 per day to come up.
And that's based up on the average census of what, about 280?
Average census of 208. It was per, each region was broken down by capacity. You've seen that, I feel certain.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Will the gentleman yield?
Certainly.
Thank you. Now, continuing on what the Vice Chair of Rules was asking, on the private prisons, can you give us that breakdown?
I will give you the breakdown of the...
well, first of all, how many privates do we have, so everybody will know?
I don't have that off the top of my head.
He knows.
How many privates do we have? Wilkinson and East. Wilkinson and East, so 2. And the contract rate went up.
We have
Wilkinson.
2 privates.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's in Wilkinson, and then where's the other one?
East Mississippi.
Okay. And what is the capacity for those 2?
I don't have that number off the top of my head.
Do they know? I guess the reason I'm asking you this, gentlemen, is because you got 12 regional prisons, and we're looking at their appropriation is, forgive me, gentlemen, my finger is it's 54 million. But we got 2 private prisons, and I think the House needs to hear this. 2 private prisons that we don't know what the capacity is, $69 million. Do these private prisons house maximum security people?
I think they house maximum security as well as general population.
Okay, and then Central Mississippi houses maximum security?
I believe so.
And Parchman houses maximum
I
security?
believe so.
Okay, now Central Mississippi, and we don't know the capacity, in this appropriation is at $38 million, but I do believe they have a significant, probably higher capacity than these 2 private prisons. Would you agree that probably Parchman does as well?
I don't have the numbers in front of me.
Okay. Well, since we don't have the numbers, gentlemen, it's a little bit disturbing to me. When I first came here to this Capitol, the gentleman from Jackson remembers that the corrections budget was $88 million. Now, you and I both know that this is all general fund dollars, right? For the most part.
For the most part, yes.
Okay, for the most part.
All
And
state
then the
dollars.
special funds is nothing but whatever they get from fees or whatever they can get out of the prisoners, right?
That's right.
Okay, so we got 2 private prisons that's getting almost $70 million, and we got 2 or 3 of state prisons that are doing the same thing, but they're getting significantly less, and they have greater capacity. Can y'all make that make sense for us?
Repeat that question.
Well, Parchman has more prisoners.
Okay.
Central Mississippi has more prisoners than Wilkinson and East Mississippi. So they're getting 35 million for less prisoners, and Central has got more prisoners, and they're only getting 38 million, and Parchman has many more, and they're only getting 38 million. How does that, and that's not including the medical.
Right. We'll get the per day per diem for you with the state rate and also the private.
And then the last thing, gentlemen, can you get us the capacity
Sure
for
will.
all of these
Be happy to.
so that we'll be able to?
Be happy to.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, on line 420 in section 13, there is a provision that requires a audit or a review of medical services. And the reason I'm asking that question is that it's indicating that it's going to cost $690,000. Now, I've had a hearing in our caucus where the Department of Health has testified for the last 2 years. And one of those years, one of the things that he talked about his service he was providing was an audit of the health services at the prison. And we asked him how much that was going to cost. And I just happened to recall that I was going through, it didn't cost the state anything. Why are we paying $790,000 for an audit that we have a Department of Health that we need to fund that's going to provide that review for us free?
If I remember correctly, there was a bill back during the regular session offered by the chair of corrections that had the Department of Health, and she could probably remind us what the amount was, but it certainly wasn't it was for free that he was the Department of Health, and we were going to pay him with the clawback money out of the contract, which is what we're doing here. The first $690 out of the clawbacks goes to this audit.
So are we paying the health department that $690,000?
No, this is not the health department. This is a third party.
Do we know who the contractor is?
I do not know who the contractor is.
At your convenience, whenever you can, could you get that information for us?
Be happy
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 85 yeas, 13 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Good item 9, Senate Bill 2020. Call it up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed read the third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the appropriation for the Board of Licensed Professional Counselors. This is a special fund agency. Final figure is $378,795. That's an explanation of the bill.
I don't see any questions, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 96 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Speaker, I'd like to go to item 10, Senate Bill 2024. Call it up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed read the third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the appropriation for the Board of Dental Examiners. Again, a special fund agency. Final numbers $1,294,921. Excuse me, $921. That's an explanation of the bill.
I don't see any questions, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 100 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item 11, Senate Bill 2027. Call it up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed read the third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, this is the appropriation for the Mississippi Emergency Management Agency. Final number came in at $34,537,680. Of that, $21,392,782 was of state support, and that's an explanation of the bill.
I don't see any, I'm sorry. Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Just briefly, how much of an increase have we given emergency management?
The total increase above LBR this year was $7,783,597.
And I know this is a Senate bill. Was there any consideration, given the fact that the president has announced that he doesn't think that the federal emergency management should be a federal issue, it should be a state issue, and even though we finally got money for the Tylertown area for the relief, any consideration for increasing it even more, given that we may be footing that bill going forward?
At this time, back when we were doing these negotiations, yes, it was certainly at the top of our minds, but waiting to see how everything plays out before we make those considerations.
When you were considering that, are there funds available in rainy day or some other funds that we could access if we had to do that?
There's certainly funds that would be available.
All right, thank you.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
For an inquiry of the Speaker.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, could you please ask the appropriators if they would tell us when there's capital expense dollars being expended? We're trying to keep up with it.
Lady, they're going to present the budget and you can ask them questions.
Okay,
I'm not going to tell them how to do their job. You're the wiliest veteran around here and know everything about the budget way better than me. They're yielding to your questions.
Can I be recognized?
I'm not going.
Okay, can I be recognized one more time?
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any capital expense dollars in this budget, Mr.
No,
Chairman?
ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, lady. I don't see any further questions.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. A vote of 97 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
So we go to item 12, Senate Bill 2009. Call it up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed read the third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the appropriation for the University of Mississippi Medical Center. Final action came in at $1,918,243,621. Of that, total state support was $198,994,713. There is no capital expense money in this appropriation. That's the next motion in the bill.
I don't see any questions, gentlemen.
Final passage.
I'm sorry. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you.
Sure.
How much uncompensated health care did the University of Mississippi Medical Center, how much uncompensated health care did they provide last year?
I don't have that number in front of me.
Would you get that for me, please?
I certainly can.
All right.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 97 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item 13, Senate Bill 2016. Call it up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
This is the appropriation for the Department of Mental Health. Final number came in at $722,701,946. Total state support is $278,731,080. I do not see any capital expense money here. That is an explanation.
Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
I was looking for the spreadsheet we had, but I seem to recall that the Department of Mental Health was one of the agencies that had a reduction in their appropriation compared to fiscal year. Yeah, am I right about that?
I don't show a reduction.
Okay, thank you.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Gentlemen, can you tell me if this is the recommendation from LBR, or is it above or less than?
Sure. It came in $8,124,465 above LBR.
And gentlemen, on the chart that was provided, the behavioral and mental health needs and the children and youth service facilities was zeroed out. Can you tell me why that was zeroed out?
You told those were ARPA funds.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 100 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item 14, Senate Bill 2034. Call it up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the appropriation for the military department. Final figure came in at $173,571,021. Of that, total state support is $20,546,428. I will tell you there was $7 million of capital expense here, $6 million to the Amory Readiness Center, and $1 million to the Youth Challenge Academy. That's an explanation of the bill.
I don't see any questions, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 100 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's go to item 15, Senate Bill 2025. Call it up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an appropriation for the Board of Pharmacy. This is a special fund agency. Final figure came in at $4,154,101, and that is an explanation of the bill.
I don't see any questions on the bill.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 98 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Item 16, Senate Bill 2015. Call it up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the appropriation for the Department of Public Safety. Final figure came in at $285,730,756. Total state support, $177,601,209. I will go through the capital expense funds in here. There's a little bit in here. We had $50,000 of capital expense for a law enforcement bulletproof vest program. $587,000 of capital expense to help with the headquarters completion. $2,500,000 of capital expense for the backlog, forensics. $1,260,000 in capital expense for driver services for the Canton building lease. $3,500,000 to driver services to begin or to help with the replacement of the driver's license system. And $1,100,000 for a security platform for the Capitol for Capitol Police. That's an explanation of the bill.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you. Well, you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You were going a little fast. The ones that we gave for capital expense, what were those expenditures for?
Sure. We had $50,000 for a bulletproof vest program.
$50,000 for bulletproof vests.
Correct.
Okay.
$587,000.
Ladies indicating she cannot hear. Please keep the noise to a minimum.
$587,000 to help with to the completion of the headquarters, the new headquarters that's being built.
Now, can we just stop right there, gentlemen?
Sure.
Didn't we last year give them ARPA, 2 years ago, give them ARPA funds
I'm
for
sure
them
we
to
did.
complete their building?
I'm sure we did.
And so now we're giving them $600,000 more to do what? Is this a chain? Why is that?
The building is not completed. As they continue to complete the building and move into the building, they just need more money to finalize the move.
Okay, so what you're telling the House is that 2 years ago when they represented to somebody, the Appropriations Committee, that they needed a certain amount of money, now they need more than $500,000 more for this same building?
I don't know what was represented to the committee a couple of years ago when they were beginning the process of doing this new headquarters. So I can't comment to whether or not they asked for the full amount in the original ask or not, but I know that they have asked for, I would imagine, well more than $587,000 to help complete this. So we're just trying to help them complete this and get into the new facility.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Is this furnishing? Is this going to be, will this be the last ask from public safety? Or will they come back up in here next year wanting another $500,000?
Lady, you sit in those budget meetings and hearings, same as I do. You know they're going to come back and ask for more.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Nelson.
Unbelievable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
All right. If you can you go to line number 150 for me? It says that in compliance with the Mississippi Performance Budget and Strategic Planning Act of 1994, and line 157 lists performance measures. So can you tell me if the agency is not meeting these measures, are there sanctions applied or will they still receive the funding?
They present us with these performance measures from time to time. I guess there could be sanctions if we chose to impose sanctions on them if they're not hitting their performance measures.
Okay, so we have percentage increases in DUI arrest, things of that sort. So do you think it's fair to put these measures in place, if it's not happening?
You're speaking to the microphone, please. I couldn't hear your question.
I am sorry. So I'm looking at it. Do you feel that they should be sanctioned if they're not meeting these metrics? Public safety is important here in Mississippi.
That's an opinion. I'm not here to give opinions. I'm just here to do the budget.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
I don't see any further questions.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 97 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, go to item 17, Senate Bill 2035. Call it up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the appropriation for the Veterans Affairs Board. Total sum came in at $9,304,041. Of that, $6,049,437 was state support. I do see some capital expense in there. $375,000 to replace a Gulf War memorial at the State Veterans Cemetery in Newton. That's an explanation.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 93 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Bill to the gentleman from Pike.
Gentleman from Pike, you're recognized for the next items.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I'd like to go to item number 18, Senate Bill 2014. Call up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules to be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will you please recognize the lady from Amite?
Lady from Amite is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the appropriation for the Judicial Performance Commission. The final action is $998,910. It's $246,261 over LBR, and $101,051 was for salaries, $98,568 in general funds, $2,483 in other special funds. There was one head count that was added back because it was cut during LBR, and then the Judicial Performance Commission had hired the person, so the head count had to be added back. $140,000 in salary for staff attorney to monitor youth courts, including one new head count. And there's language to the effect that says that the $140,000 is for the purpose of employing a qualified attorney to audit, investigate, and monitor youth court operations. There's $210 in general funds for the health insurance increase, and then $5,000 in general funds for operational expenditures. And that's an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Will the gentlelady yield?
Yes.
Madam Chairlady, in Section 6, you mentioned $140,000 for an attorney to audit youth courts.
Right, and to audit, investigate youth court matters, yes. Operations.
Have we done that before, or is this a brand new position?
So this is new language. We had an opportunity to talk to the Judicial Performance Commission during the regular session, and so this is a new position that they're asking for. The reason why they're asking it in the way it was explained to us, lady from Hines, is that they needed a special attorney to actually come in and do this kind of investigative work to make sure that they were getting a full measure on how the youth courts are operating. So that's why we had to go in and get this one new position, this one new attorney.
And how many youth courts do we have in the state?
Well, there's several, lady. I mean, I know that there was a bill to restructure youth court, but you've got one here in Hines County.
Have there been complaints that justify why we need to audit the operations of the court?
Probably from the system overall. There have been some concerns that you're not getting a consistent outcome throughout the whole process. So in the system overall, and I don't think I would be able to pinpoint and say that there's been a complaint or concern about one in particular. I think what it is judicial performance just wants to make sure overall that things are operating smoothly, especially when it concerns our youth.
And did they request funds to audit other courts?
No, they didn't. It was just specifically this particular youth courts, these youth courts.
Thank you, gentlelady.
You're welcome.
I don't see any further questions, lady.
Okay, I'm being told, and I wanted to make sure that the reason, the justification was the same, but this language right here comes as a recommendation from the Youth Court Task Force.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't see that on their legislative requests report that they were asking for to be audited, for the courts to be audited.
You didn't see it on whose report?
From the Youth Court Task Force.
Well, I'm being told that it was in their report, that one of the judges, the chairman of the particular task force, requested it.
Okay. I find it interesting due to the fact that we do have a youth court in Hinds County, and we've had some issues with temporary foster parents who are trying to finagle the system, and we've had to, make some adjustments to some of those individuals, and now all of a sudden we're getting a recommendation that these courts need to be audited. It's just it's
well, again, lady,
interesting.
When the request was brought to appropriations, when we discussed it during the regular session, there was not, to me personally, and I don't think to any of the other chairmen, of course they can speak to it themselves, but for me personally, there was not one particular court that was specified to say, okay, we're looking at Amite County, we're looking at Pike County, or any other county. It was just comprehensively looking at the system.
And how did we come up with this $140,000 figure? Was that the task force request?
No, so we have to look, we look at overall, we got that request from Judicial Performance Commission on what they think that it may take to hire a specific attorney. So I'm trying to think of the easiest way to simplify it, to explain it, is that when you're doing these kind of investigations for judicial performance, and typically when you look at judicial performance and what they are considering if they get a complaint, they usually try to get seasoned attorneys who may not be going back into practice, because that attorney, if he or she is going back into practice, then they may be appearing before a judge that they've had to audit or investigate. So taking into account the kind of attorney that judicial performance would need to do this audit, and the deep dive that would need to be taken to look at the system overall, this is the amount that was determined.
And when the audit is completed, what is the process? Is that report given to the chairman of those committees or back to the task force? What's the outcome of those audits?
The language that's in this particular bill does not specify who it will go to, but I'm sure that the report lady, this audit, will be given to some chairman or member of the committee.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't see any further questions, lady.
I move final passage.
She moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 96 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 19, Senate Bill 2021. Call up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed read a third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the Board of Public Accountancy Appropriation. It's a special fund agency. It's $700. It comes to us. The final action is $753,471, and that is the explanation of the bill. Of course, Mr. Speaker, this has the insurance and the PERS language in these as well. So that is the explanation, Mr. Speaker.
I don't see any questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves
Mr.
final
Speaker.
passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 96 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 20, Senate Bill 2042. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the proper time.
All right, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, the amendment is amend on line 175 by changing $400,000 to $1,005,000. So this is the State Auditor Special Fund Authority, and so there was some negotiations early on, and so we have moved from $400,000 to $1.5 million, and so this will allow him to continue to go out and look for wasteful spending throughout the state, and so that is the amendment that I'm offering, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the amendment? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, do you yield?
Yes, sir.
In my memory, did not the auditor say that he was asking for a reduction?
Yes, sir. This is just on the amendment, but I will get to the bill in just a second. But yes, sir, this is just on the amendment.
Okay, so I'll leave my question for the,
and
for the bill.
I'll bring that to your attention in just a second. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. Gentleman, yield.
Yes, sir.
I missed part. You explaining that the original bill had $400,000.
Correct.
And you're increasing it to $1.5 million.
Special Funds Authority. Yes, sir.
So that means he already has the money?
Yes, sir. This is escalating his Special Funds Authority. Yes, sir.
Okay. So it's already his money. We're just giving him authority to spend it. All right. This is the same auditor that spent state money on a private receipt. Let's see, a private, what did he call it? A study with a private company that was not authorized by the legislature. He spent his money on that. And so we're giving him even further authority to do that kind of spending without any oversight or any explanation. I'm just trying to understand.
Well, gentlemen, previously it was uncapped, his spending authority, and so now it's at $1.5 million. And so
you say it was uncapped?
That's correct.
So
yes,
he had the authority to spend that over $2 million on that study.
I'm not going to get into a discussion about what he did or what he did not do, but I'm saying this amendment, gentlemen, is simply going from $400,000 to $1.5 million.
Do you know why the Senate didn't give him another $1.5
No, sir, I
million?
I didn't.
But the House it was his request.
This is our request to go from $400,000 to $1.5 million.
Did he make the request?
I have had conversations with him, but I don't recall what his request was. But I can tell you today, we are making this request from $400,000 to $1.5
So we just gratuitously gave him extra money, even though he didn't ask for it.
Well, again, gentlemen,
is there something else going on here that we don't know about?
No, sir. You know exactly what I know, but I'm telling you right now, this amendment is from $400,000.
Well, you're my friend, but you don't know much. You tell me you don't know why we're doing it.
Well, I know that we have decided that we want to go from $400,000 to $1.5 million.
But why?
To allow him to continue to be an effective state auditor, to go around and look for waste, and so we believe this is the right approach.
But he already had $400,000, and he didn't ask for any more money, but we gave it to him anyway.
We are giving him $1.5 million. Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter, for a question on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, would this allow the auditor to use these funds to fight any legal battles that he's facing?
It's my understanding, gentlemen, that this will allow him to go out and, again, use this money for auditing expenses, charges for auditing, and so, again, he had this ability that was uncapped before. Now we are giving him that ability at $1.5 million.
So I understand that he can use it for his auditing abilities, but my question was, can he use it to fight legal battles that he's facing?
I'm told by counsel that any legal action would need to be approved by the State Personnel Board, and so I sit on that board and see many times where state agencies come and request legal representation, so that would be something he would do normally.
Okay. Thank you, Jimmy.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
Are we providing the auditor with a list of subjects to go out and check on? Or it seems to me like we're coming up with a list that we're providing him to expand his investigation. Is that what we're doing?
No, sir.
Well, how do you know he needs the extra money? If he didn't ask for it and we're just giving it to him?
Yes, sir. We are giving him where it was uncapped before. As I mentioned, the amendment was $400,000. Now we are going from $400,000 to $1.5 million.
I'm saying what determined the fact that he needs this extra money if he's not expanding his investigations or whatever the case?
Gentlemen, we believe that it needs to go from $400 to $1.5 million.
You said we believe?
We do, yes, sir.
Based on what, please?
Conversation between colleagues in this chamber, we believe that we need to go from $400,000 to $1.5 million.
Oh, the chamber's on board now too, huh?
I didn't understand what you said, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, I don't see any further questions on the amendment.
Move final passage on the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
I thought you already had a question on the amendment. You got another question on the amendment? All right. You're recognized for further interrogation on the amendment.
I appreciate it. Just something that stirred in my spirit. So, this conservative Republican-led body is generously giving more money to the auditor that he didn't ask for. That's a question.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
I don't see any further questions on the amendment. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Roll call. It's insufficient number. You're laughing at yourself, gentlemen. Anything further on the bill?
Yes, sir. Real quick, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned to the gentleman from Hines, the state auditor did appear before our hearing, and he did request less money this year, and so we granted that $1 million less, and so he is getting less money than last year. So that is correct. That is the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
All right. Questions on the bill? I don't see any.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 84 yeas, 31 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 21, Senate Bill 2043. Call up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered, engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the Department of Banking and Consumer Finance appropriation. This is a special fund agency. Final action is $12,505,000. And again, this is the health insurance and the PERS as well. So that is the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
I don't see any questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. A vote of 95 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 22, Senate Bill 2022. Called up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered, engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the appropriation for the Board of Public Contractors. This is a special fund agency. Final action is $4.3 million. And again, you have the PERS and the health insurance as well. And that is the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
I don't see any questions on the bill, gentlemen.
Move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 93 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 24, Senate Bill 2044. Call up, make the usual motion. I apologize, Mr. Speaker. We need to go to item number 23. I got ahead of myself. Item number 23, Senate Bill 2013. Called up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered, engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House, this is the appropriation for the Ethics Commission. Total state support is $754,641. And again, you have the insurance and the retirement as well. So that is the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 94 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 24, Senate Bill 2044. Called up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered, engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the Department of Finance Administration appropriation. Total support for this legislation is $45.2 million. And again, this has the health insurance and the retirement as well. And lady from Jones, this does have some $5 million of the capital expense funds that needed for payroll for the our computer system. And that is the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, Section 1 and Section 2, and I'll read the information to people who don't have it in front of them. The following sum, or so much thereof as may be necessary, is hereby appropriated out of any money in the state general fund not otherwise appropriated to defray the expenses of the Department of Finance Administration for the fiscal year starting July 1st, 2025, and then in June 30th, 2026, $38,038,320, and same language for $75,282,000 and some odd dollars. That's over $113 million, and there's no explanation of what they're spending it on. Do you have any idea?
Yes, sir. That is Special Fund Authority.
To do what?
Basically, gentlemen, there's multiple projects around the state. They are, as you know, managing several buildings, and so that's giving them that authority.
And so they don't. None of those buildings are listed in the legislation. Do we have any idea?
No, sir. It's not listed in the legislation.
And to the response, somebody said, "Read the bill." I read the bill, and it wasn't in there, so I just thought I'd ask you.
No, sir. I mean,
and so
it's not in the bill. Like I've said,
is there any way? Is there any way that you can give me that information, that the Department of Finance Administration have that information?
Probably not at this time tonight, but I will tell you that there's some special fund authority with $5 million for the Children's Museum, $13 million for the Land Improvement Fund. I mean, so there are some special fund authority that is listed in here, but we can get that information to you, gentlemen.
Okay, but so when you say the Children's Museum, that's one of the things they're going to spend some of this money on?
Well, that is one possibility, yes, sir. But there's legislation that will allow that to happen. It's coming this evening, but that is the special fund authority.
And gentlemen, I'm not trying to be difficult, but we are, it seemed to me that we are wisely tightening our belt, but we're giving $113 million of authority, and we don't know where they're spending the money. I would appreciate it at your convenience getting me that information.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, gentlemen, that's the gentleman from Adams was asking some of my concerns. Can you tell us what it actually costs for DFA to operate their agency? You know, they got how many employees? Let's see. I believe it says they have somewhere here it tells how many employees that they have and all that, but how much does it actually cost to operate their
Well, lady, our
agency?
final action for general funds is $38 million, and special funds is 7.25, so the total state support is $45 million.
Okay, and so I guess the reason why I keep asking, because when you go through this bill, there are different places where they have employees and employees' salaries and all that. Can you explain to us why that is the case and why all these employees and all that is not in one place like it is for all of the other agencies?
Yes, ma'am. As you know, DFA is a complicated agency, and it has several different components. And one of those components is BEAM, which is of course, the internet and trying to get broadband throughout the state. So that is where some of that money is going. But lady, to your point, you've got $45 million of total state support going to this agency. And as I mentioned to the gentleman from Adams, you've got several other projects that they are working on, that some special fund authority that makes this budget look like it does.
And so $38 million really doesn't tell the entire story of what it costs to operate DFA.
Well, lady, it does tell you what the general funds are, but you're correct that there are a lot of other special funds authority. They are managing multiple projects. They've got managing multiple buildings around the state, and so it is a very, as a Supreme Court bill, the lady from AMIT mentioned earlier today, it's got a lot of components in that legislation.
Okay, and so can you tell us then, since they have these, they're very complicated. They have a myriad of things that they do. Within this bill, how much capital expense dollars are in this particular?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are they used for?
Yes, ma'am. What I'm looking at is $2.25 million for the America 250, creating the Celebration Fund, semi-quincentennial Celebration Fund. You've got $5 million for the cloud storage, as I mentioned to the gentleman from Adams, which is the payroll system. And so those are the two big capital expense funds, lady.
All right, gentlemen. We couldn't hardly hear you. I saw somewhere in section 29, I thought, where it was talking about $5 million in capital expense.
Yes, ma'am. I just mentioned that about the $5 million.
But I couldn't hear you.
$5 million for the cloud storage for the payroll.
Okay, and then what was the other one? Because I don't know. We can't.
2.250 for the America 250, creating the semi-quincentennial Celebration Fund.
And what exactly is that, sir?
250th birthday of America.
Okay. How many years is it?
250th.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 80 yeas, 18 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 25, Senate Bill 2018, called up. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the Board of Funeral Services. This is a special fund agency, and the final action is $333,000 plus insurance and retirement as well. So that is the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
I don't see any questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 90 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 26, Senate Bill number 2045, called up. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the appropriations for the governor's support in Manchin. Basically, it is funded at LBR plus insurance and PERS, and it comes out to $3.8 million, and that is the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
I don't see any questions on the bill.
Move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 91 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 27, Senate Bill 2047. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the appropriation for the Gulf Coast Restoration Funds. We are reappropriating $117 million. There are no new projects, only reappropriations for prior year funds, and that is the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
I don't see any questions on the bill.
Move final passage,
He
Mr.
moves
Speaker.
final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 94 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 28, Senate Bill 2032. Call up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the appropriation for the Department of ITS. Final action, total state support is $28.4 million. Again, we funded the health insurance, of course, with PERS as well, and that is the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
I don't see any questions on the bill, gentlemen.
Move final passage, Mr.
He
Speaker.
moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 94 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 29, Senate Bill 2033. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the appropriation for the State Personnel Board. The final action of state support is $5.3 million. And again, we funded the insurance and the state retirement as well, Mr. Speaker. And that is the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
I don't see any questions on the bill.
Move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 95 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 30, Senate Bill 2036. Called up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the appropriation for the Department of Revenue. Final House action, total state support is $57.7 million. We had lots of conversation with the Commissioner, and we are also escalated their special funds authority, and again, we funded the state retirement and the health insurance. So that is the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
I don't see any questions on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 94 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 31, Senate Bill 2037. Called up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the proper time.
All right. You're recognized for your amendment.
The clerk has the amendment. I will read the amendment, Mr. Speaker, if you allow me.
Yes, sir.
We will amend, the proposed amendment is amend on line 15 by deleting the number 12,288,745 and inserting in lieu thereof the number 18,863,565. And Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, there was an oversight the last day or so after we added language. We just needed to revisit what was allocated. So that is the explanation of the bill. Again, it passed the Senate, and then we realized what had happened, and so we are making this amendment, Mr. Speaker. And that is-
Questions on the amendment? Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't hear a thing the gentleman from Pike's saying.
Gentleman's indicating he cannot hear. I don't want these senators to corrupt our House members in the back. Looks like y'all are circled up. If y'all just gonna talk in a circle, go outside, please. Thank you. Lady from Jones, you have a question on the amendment? You're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's go back to line 15. Is this a $5 million error that the Senate made?
Well, lady, I'm just going to, as I explained, the reason for the amendment, that there was an oversight, that language got added, and then after we realized what was added and we looked at it a little closer last a few hours, we realized we needed to revisit what was allocated. So that's what we are reallocating $18.8 million instead of the $12.2 million. So that's the amendment.
So will you tell us then what this $5 million error that the Senate made does?
Well, lady, once you add everything up, the new number is $18.8 million. And so there was an oversight, and so we are correcting that oversight. And so we believe when the Senate receives this amendment, we're hopeful they will obviously concur and send it to the governor.
Okay, well, gentlemen, can you tell the House that once you got further information and it added up to $5 million, what did this, you know why I want to know? Because I want to be able to use that same language to get $5 million. What did the Secretary of State tell you to get $5 more million? I just want to know. Because DMX said, if you're going to rob me all night.
Well, lady, once you add up their special fund authority, which we've done, it does come up to the $18.8 million. So we just looked at this and realized that once you add up that special fund authority, the number is $18.8 million.
But you still can't tell us what he's going to do with it.
Well, yes, ma'am, I can tell it to you.
That's what we were asking.
$1.75 million for land records maintenance fund.
For land records.
4.2 for electronic support fund. It's 6.3 for public trust tidelands. 6.2 for Broadwater marine restoration projects. 208,000 to move some offices. And so when you add all that up, it is $18.8 million. So
and the Broadwater, what is that project? What does that do?
It's on the coast. It's down on the Gulf Coast, lady.
Okay, but yeah, what does it do down on the Gulf Coast?
I've actually seen it, and they are redoing the marina down there, and so it is an attractive area down there.
Last thing, gentlemen, where is he putting his new offices? Are those on the coast as well? We love the coast.
No, sir. No, ma'am. It's going to be here.
Well, where are those offices going to be?
It is going to be state-owned property, lady, in the Jackson area.
Okay. He's relocating somewhere in the city. All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, lady.
All right. Don't see any further questions on the amendment. Question occurs in the adoption of Amendment 1. You favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, sir. No, sir, Mr. Speaker. Move final passage.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers, for what purpose?
I have a question on the bill, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, on line 209, this bill, we're giving Secretary $1 million related to election integrity. What does that mean?
Lady, I'm being told by council that is just something that the Secretary of State, along with the circuit clerks have felt strong about to make sure that our voting is safe and not to have some type of cyber attack. And as you know, throughout other agencies, they're focusing on, I know the lady from Madison is working on cyber security, so this is just one element that he's working on as well.
So that's not defined in this bill, what election integrity is.
No.
Just him trying to keep our system safe.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, ma'am.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Butler Washington.
Yes, I have a question. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
In Section 11 of this bill, the funds that are appropriated for to the credit of the Election Support Fund, is that the account that the Secretary of State's office utilizes to give grants to local counties to do what they say that they're doing right here in this bill?
Yes, ma'am. I'm being told by council that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage, Mr.
He
Speaker.
moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 92 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 32, Senate Bill 2038. Called up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the appropriation for the Board of Tax Appeals. Final action is $666,936. Again, this has the increase of health insurance and PERS as well. So that is the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
I don't see any questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 93 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 33, Senate Bill number 2040. Called up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the appropriations for the State Treasurer's Office. Total is $6.8 million. Again, health insurance, $159,000 above, Special Fund Authority above, LBR, again with insurance and PERS as well. And that is the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Don't see any questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 93 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 34, Senate Bill 2041. Called up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the appropriation for our debt services. Total state support is $421,000 plus an additional $500,000 Special Fund Authority, and that is the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
I don't see any questions on the bill.
Move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 92 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 35, Senate Bill 2039. Called up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the appropriation for the Mississippi Workmen's Compensation Commission Board. Total state support is $6.1 million. Again, we had the health insurance plus the PERS, and that is the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Don't see any questions on the bill.
Move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 96 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, will you please recognize the gentleman from Montgomery?
Gentleman from Montgomery is recognized to handle the next bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if we could go to item number 36, Senate Bill 2010, call that bill up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Community Junior College Board Administrative Account Appropriation. Comes in at $69,275,644. The House adopted the following changes to the LBR level of funding. Of course, considerations were given for health insurance increases. There was $450,000 in EEF funds for high school equivalency training, GED training, and $30 million reduction in state funds to move WET funds to accelerate. And that's an explanation of the bill. I'll be happy to yield for any questions.
I don't see any questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 95 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, go to item number 37, Senate Bill 2011. Call that bill up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Community and Junior College Support Appropriation. It comes in at $749,010,795, and the House adopted the following changes to the LBR level of funding to include health insurance increases, and there were also additions to, I'm sorry, that concludes my explanation. There are no additional fundings. I'll be happy to yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, yield.
Yes, sir. Gentlemen.
Gentlemen, can you tell me how much money has been appropriated to the Gulf Coast Community College in this bill?
Give me just a moment, gentlemen. I'll get that number for you. Gentlemen, I'm being told by council that the junior college board determines that amount based on enrollment. There's several factors that come into the formula for figuring what each community college gets out of that appropriation.
So, gentlemen, do you have?
I don't have the enrollments for each of the colleges or what they receive.
Okay. So, has this formula been examined or updated within the last 5 to 10 years?
I've been here 10. Not to my knowledge, it hasn't. I can't answer moving backwards.
So, what has been factored in for those community colleges that have dilapidated properties that have not been upgraded over the course of the year?
This chamber, this legislature, the House and the Senate both have made considerations. I know just recently Mississippi Delta Community College received CapEx funds to construct a brand new dorm for them. I think they're currently in that dorm now.
Yeah, that was about.
But everything that outside of that formula has just been through CapEx funds.
So, thank you. 3 years, that money was appropriated about 5 years ago, and the dorm started working on it about 3 years ago. Can you tell me how many new buildings have been erect or improved on Mississippi Gulf Coast Community College, Northwest Community College, Itawamba Community College, compared to Coahoma Community College and Mississippi Delta Community College? Can you tell me the difference?
I can't.
Okay. Gentlemen, can you get that information for me?
I'll certainly try. Yes, sir.
Okay. Gentlemen, can you tell me when was the last time we made sure that the housing requirements were parallel at all the community colleges? Were you aware that at one community college it was raining on students in the dormitories? Were you aware of that?
I'm not. No, I was not, gentlemen.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Jim.
You're welcome. Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, lady.
Okay, gentlemen, now in this section 1, where it says that any monies out of the general fund, and the junior colleges are going to be getting $227 million and some few dollars. Then in section 2, it goes down. Well, let's go back to section 1. In section 1, this is for the operation and support. Do y'all have in your notes, or did the junior colleges testify specifically what these dollars are being used for that we appropriate to them, that doesn't come from other places that they get?
That's two questions, if I heard you correctly. One of them, we don't have those in our notes, and they did not testify to how that money is.
Okay, and so I'm for them. I'm for them, but $227 million, we don't have anything in the notes. Don't y'all think it's about time we start getting some line items in here so we can know what these dollars are being spent for? Specifically, and the reason I ask you this question is because when your local supervisors and these people are talking to you, you know, they're asking these questions. Now, these special funds that went to the community college board, was that capital expense?
No, ma'am.
What can you tell me the designation of those special funds?
I think they just have authority.
What in education enhancement for books, buses, and buildings? Are you pretty sure for that?
I'm being told, of course, those are educational enhancement funds, EEF funds, lady.
Well, the reason I asked you that question is because you didn't go to section 3, and in section 3, you all outlined that you're giving them $64,785 million in education enhancement. So are you telling me that the junior colleges are getting $131 million in education enhancement funds?
Council's brought it to my attention. If you read in section 3, it's of the funds appropriated. In other words, in section 2, the 65 million, of that 64 million, the 64 million is designated or shall be derived from those funds.
So it would have read easier if they'd have put 1 million, whatever it was, in whoever these special funds are.
Understood.
And then 64 million in whatever this is. Now let me ask you this. You know, when we passed education enhancement and we see these dollars are being used for everything, but they stood up at that podium and said that it was for books, buses, and buildings. And they said that the emphasis would be on K through 12 in that area. I guess the reason I'm asking that question is because we had a hearing where we had several superintendents who came from local school districts who had buildings in disrepair. So would you not agree, gentlemen, that our first responsibility should be for K through 12 for books, buildings, and buses, since that's what EEF was designed for?
Not to interrupt you, ma'am, but I'm just here to debate the merits of this particular bill and not give opinions as to what I think they should be doing.
Okay, well, let me ask you this.
This is an appropriation bill.
Okay, when you all did the general education and you also had that bill, How much EEF monies went in that appropriation?
Ma'am, I'm just here discussing this bill in front of us right now. I'll be
Okay,
happy
so
to
we
answer
don't-
any questions about it.
Okay, so we don't know. All right, gentlemen. At the proper time, Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to speak on this bill.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
I think the
I'm
gentlelady.
sorry,
wanted to
ladies
speak on
requested to speak. Is that correct, lady? I didn't hear you, I'm sorry. You want to speak? You're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, as you know, we have Jones College in our area, so we're supportive of all public community and junior colleges. We're supportive of what we do. We vote for all of the appropriations. But let me say this to you about this Education Enhancement Fund. The Education Enhancement Fund, when it was brought to this legislature, it was sold to the public, that it would be for books, buses, and buildings. And the reason why I am concerned about this escalation of dollars going to the junior colleges, I'm not saying that the state shouldn't do it, but the state ought to do it out of their regular revenue. Books, buildings, and buses should be priority for our education enhancement funds. Now, y'all, you passed this budget that you have here, and do you know there is not one dime? There is not one dime. I want the citizens of the state of Mississippi and the 150, however many school districts that it is in this state, to know there is not one dime designated to do a specific renovation for specific renovations for buildings in these schools. Now, y'all, it's something wrong with that. When we're putting education enhancement funds everywhere, if you read the general education bill, their education enhancement funds are doing all kinds of stuff. But when it was represented to the public, it was books, buses, and buildings. We ought to keep our word to the public. We should not have school buildings that's raining on our children. And we got $93 million, I believe is what they told us, $93 million in education enhancement funds. And of course, you know, you had some of the people who were asking for some dollars, you know, for projects, but the Senate said y'all couldn't have it. You know, the Senate decides what goes on up here. And so I want you to go back, for those of you that need a building, if you got some buses, need your children riding in buses with no air conditioning, you go back and tell them that the Senate said you couldn't have it. And the House, of course, you know, we went along with it. But there's $93 million available, and some of it should have been spent to fix some of these buildings, to get our children out of these hot buses. Y'all, that is criminal. And then for us to then say we're going to put $64 million in the junior colleges for education enhancement, make your commitment to the junior college out of that $500 million surplus you have. Make your commitment to the junior college out of that $1.1 billion capital expense that you have. Don't take it out of the hides of these poor school districts that do not have the capacity to repair these facilities. And that is why we made progress under education enhancement, until folks found out, just like they did over there at DHS, that they could corrupt the system. So go back and tell your people the reason why you couldn't fix those classrooms, couldn't get a new roof, was because the Senate When they tried to offer them $100 million to fix it, they wouldn't do it. And then we had $93 million in education enhancement, and we wouldn't do it. Thank you.
Thank you, lady. You move final passage, gentlemen?
If there are no further questions, move final
No
passage.
further question. Gentlemen, moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 89 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Moved item 38, Senate Bill 2046. Call that bill up. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the appropriation for the Mississippi Development Authority. The House adopted the following changes to the LBR level of funding with an increase of $6,804 for health insurance considerations, $937,311 for a new head count of 15 new and four escalated out of general funds, an additional $880,000 of marketing out of general funds for contractuals, and $17,000 Innovate Mississippi travel and general funds for a total increase over LBR of $1,841,115 over LBR for a total of $322,305,896, and that's an explanation of the appropriation.
Questions on the bill?
Questions.
Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, do you know when the last time there was any economic development west of I-55 and north of I-20 in the state of Mississippi? Would you be surprised if I told you it's been 30 years? You wouldn't, would you?
That's not in this bill, gentlemen.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I have amendments at the proper time.
All right. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
He asked my question.
Right? I don't see any further questions. I'll recognize the gentleman from Adams for his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 4.
You recognize for Amendment 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll try to be brief. As you all know, I've said on numerous occasions that we're only as strong as our weakest link, and that I also have said on numerous occasions that economic development is purposeful. You decide what you want to do, and you pay attention to what you think that where the most needs are. I think that our focus on what's convenient, where you do economic development in the populated counties, the counties that are already rich, that already have a great tax base, I think you are not doing the tough job. And the idea that north of I-20 and west of I-55, there has not been an economic development project in more than 30 years. I think the last time was Baxter Chemical in the Delta. And so what I would suggest to you is that what I'm offering are conditional amendments. There's no money in them. As you know, the governor has, to his credit, has authorized a site development program, because one of the things that the governor says, and even this legislature says, that if you really want to do economic development, you need to be prepared to do it. You need to have industrial parks. You need to have sites available for people to do that. Well, that's kind of difficult in counties that are already poor, high poverty areas that don't have a tax base, don't have the resources to do their own site development. And one of the requirements that the Department of, that the MDA has and the Governor's Office has for site development is that you have to have a certain amount of matching money. They also don't have that. And so what I would offer, my first amendment, is offered because last year around January, the question was put to the Governor when he was boasting about the economic development program. What do you say about the complaint that some Democrats and some people have about the fact there's been no economic development in the Delta? And he said essentially, let me quote him exactly. he said that we express our pleasure or displeasure through our votes, suggesting that the state legislature had no interest in doing any economic development in the Delta and in those areas that really needed the economic development. So if that's the governor's assertion, I would suggest to him that we want to offer amendments to show that the legislature really does have concern about areas that really need that support. My first amendment would say, as a condition of receiving the funds appropriated by this act, the Mississippi Development Authority shall not require an eligible entity under the Mississippi Site Development Grant Program that is located in one of the counties with the highest poverty level in America, according to the most recent census data, to provide matching funds in an amount more than 5% in order to receive assistance under the program. I don't know if you all know this, but in the top 50 poorest counties, 12 of them are in the state of Mississippi. In the top 10 poorest counties, 4 of them are in the state of Mississippi. The top 4, Issaquah, Bolivar, Holmes, and Washington counties. But the 13, Sharkey, Humphrey, Claiborne, Sunflower, Wilkerson, Quitman, Tallahatchie, Yazoo, and Jefferson counties. Now, not only are these poor counties, the majority of them in the Delta, the other 2 or 3 are in southwest Mississippi. They all are along the river, and they all are majority black. I don't think the state of Mississippi ought to be in the business of saying, too bad, we're not going to create any jobs over there. So all we're asking, not for any money, is that we relax the requirements that they do to spend this. I think it's more than $117, $120 million that they have for site development. Not asking anybody to give us anything. All we're asking is that you provide the same funds you provide in other counties. There were 3 counties in the center part of the state of Mississippi, not large counties, not rich counties, but they majority white counties that got more site development money than the entire Delta last year. 3 got more than the entire Delta. And all I'm suggesting to you is that we can do better. And that if we really want to do something good for the state of Mississippi, if we want to change the culture and the atmosphere or the perception that people have about the state of Mississippi, then we help the least of ours do a better job. And they can do that with an agency that has over a $300 million budget. So that's my first amendment, and I would ask that the House support this amendment as a conditional amendment for the Mississippi Development Authority. That's my amendment, Mr. Speaker.
All right. I don't see any questions. I recognize the chairman to respond. The gentleman caught me off guard when he asked me, was I aware of any economic development, I believe it was north of 20?
North of 20,
west. When I came here in 2016, one of the very first bills I voted for was Continental Tire. Yeah. And they seem to be doing pretty strong, so I do know of one that I was required to vote on. But I would ask the House, this is final action on this bill. This is something that the Senate and I have been working on now. Senate appropriation and the House appropriators have been working on now for about 6 weeks. And we have reached this number. We want to keep it there. I would kindly ask that you oppose the gentleman's amendment and not vote not in favor of it. And let's keep this clean and let's pass this bill and let's get, I'm ready to go home and get this over with. So I'd ask you to vote no on the amendment. Recognize the gentleman to close.
Yes, thank you. I knew you were going to say Continental Tire, but Continental Tire is south of I-20. I'm talking north of I-20 and west of I-55. It's in Hinds County. We made it a mile west so that the only school district in this county, the smallest school district, was able to take advantage of $145 million because of the 16th section land, leaving out Jackson Public Schools and Hinds County Public Schools. That's how we do economic development. We're selective. We keep it in a certain population in certain areas. So no, Continental Tire doesn't qualify in terms of my assessment of where we do economic development, but I appreciate the gentleman's. I was glad that they did something in Hinds County. It took a while to do that, but I appreciate that. But I'll yield for questions briefly. There are no questions. Thank you. I move for final passage of the amendment.
All right. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the gentleman's amendment, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. noes have it. The noes have it. Roll call is demanded. There is sufficient number. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the amendment, vote aye. If you oppose the amendment, nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 40 yeas, 78 nays, the amendment fails. Next amendment, gentlemen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment number 2. In the same vein, this may be a little bit more palatable. I started with the hardest one first. As a condition of receiving the funds appropriated by this act, the Mississippi Development Authority shall not make any additional grants under the Mississippi Site Development Grant Program after July 1st, 2025 until eligible entities located at least 10 of the counties with, no, that's the same one. It's as a condition of receiving the funds appropriated by this act, the Mississippi Development Authority shall not require an eligible entity under the Mississippi Site Development Grant Program that is located in a county with a school district that is rated D or F to provide matching funds in an amount of more than $1 in order to receive the assistance under this program. Now, the idea behind this particular amendment is that, look, if you got a D or F school district, people like to blame the school district, blame the community, but everybody knows that the counties with the highest tax base, the highest ad valorem, always have the best schools. And so if you have a D or F school district, it's probably because you don't have any jobs, there's a high unemployment rate, there's no tax base, there are no businesses, no industry that runs that county. And so if the Mississippi Development Authority is looking at a county that has a D or F school, and they look at it and say, you know how we can make this better? You know how they can have better schools? Let's try to create some jobs there. Let's move some industry there. And so that's what this amendment does. It's listed as number 3. That would be now my number 2, if I may. Madam Clerk, thank you. And that's what that amendment does. That's all it does, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the chairman to respond.
Sorry.
Well, again, I come to you, the gentleman, I mean, he's my friend. He's looking out for his constituents, and I get that. Again, we've been working on these appropriation bills for 6 weeks now. I would ask you to kindly let this bill go on back to the Senate. Let's get this thing done, wrap it up. I would ask you to vote no on the amendment.
Recognize the gentleman to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I've explained it well enough. I would ask you to vote for the amendment, and let's get this done to try to help the poor areas in our state. Thank you.
Gentleman from Jefferson, yes, he passes. All right. Question recurs to the adoption of Amendment 2. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it. Noes have it. Roll call is demanded. There is sufficient number. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the amendment, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote no. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 40 yeas, 76 nays, the amendment fails.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I may go to amendment number 3.
Yes, sir.
Amendment number 3, in the same vein, as a condition of receiving the funds appropriated by this act, the Mississippi Development Authority shall not make any additional grants on the Mississippi Site Development Grant Program until after July 1st, 2025, until eligible entities located in at least 10 of the counties with the highest poverty level in Mississippi as measured by the median household income in the most recent census data have received a grant program. Same vein, same idea. We just want to identify the counties that need it the most.
See no questions. I recognize the gentleman to respond.
Again, I would ask the members to oppose this amendment. It's in good faith, and it has filled with good intentions. But again, we've got this bill just exactly where both the Senate and the House Appropriators reached the agreement on, and I would just ask that you vote no on the amendment.
Gentleman from Holmes, you got a question of the author? You recognize, gentleman.
If he'll yield, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, gentleman.
Now, gentlemen, you offered couple of amendments, 3 amendments.
Yeah.
Will your amendment add any additional revenue to this bill?
No, it will not.
And let me understand, what you're simply trying to do is areas in the state, like Holmes County,
Yes.
Humphreys County,
Yes.
Shawnee County,
Yes.
Indianola,
Yes.
Sunflower County.
Yes.
You
Tallahatchie
simply
County.
You just simply trying to direct some of the revenue that's been going in other parts of the state to these areas.
Yeah, they may not even get an industry, but they would have the money and have the site developed, so they'll be ready when an opportunity presents itself.
Let's take my industrial park for a minute. We got right there on I-55.
Yes.
Got rail. Highway 12, I-55 actually joined our industrial park, but it's going to cost us about $1 million to put in the electrical and upgrade on our water.
Right.
Which my county is one of those poor counties. If your amendment passed, I might have a chance to lure some industry there in Holmes County.
Yes, and look, for site development, we got more than $100 million. Where could it be better spent, better than a place like that?
You might not can answer this, gentleman, but why would, as a gentleman from Washington said, we're as strong as our link is weak, weakest link.
Right.
What's a reason that you would be against an amendment like this?
I don't know, but for the governor to boldly say, if the House or the Senate wanted to do any economic development in that area, they show us with their votes. And I was just giving us an opportunity to show him that we care about those areas.
And gentlemen, you agree this is not a handout, but a hand up?
This is a hand up, because all those people are ready to work. And they've worked all their lives for generations, for little of nothing, and sometimes for nothing, but they've worked, and they're ready to work again.
Gentlemen, I think you got a good amendment.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Yes.
If you yield for further questions.
Will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield.
Yes.
Gentlemen, let's just make this be very clear now. Your amendment, it appears that only about 3 areas of the state can receive any help from the state government in terms of economic development. That's what it looks like to me.
It kind of feels that way to me, too.
I've heard that the governor said that's what's wrong with that. That's what I heard. The governor stated.
The governor did, other than the quote I gave, the other quote was, what's wrong with just doing it in
What's wrong with just doing it in Madison? What's wrong with just doing it in Golden Triangle on the coast? Okay.
Right.
All right, and so would you agree that although the counties in west of 55 desperately need this amendment, but counties east of 55 need it as well? Is that what
they
would
do?
you?
They do. Yes.
And we're talking about other, we do know that majority of the citizens west of 55 are African Americans.
Yeah.
But there are some citizens east of 55 who are not African Americans that can use this amendment. Would you agree, gentlemen?
I would agree.
Would you agree that all Mississippians want a leg up, not just citizens of Madison County?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And so my question is, I guess, why would anyone oppose amendments that is going to help all Mississippians?
I don't know. I thought they were pretty mild and pretty, the kind of amendments that were good for everybody.
Do you have any idea why anyone who lives in Mississippi, marginalized communities are not just black communities? Would you agree?
I agree.
Would you agree there are a lot of poor white people in Mississippi?
Absolutely.
Okay, would you agree that they need this help as well?
They do.
Okay. Thank you for your amendment, gentlemen. I think it's a great amendment.
I also like to point out that one of the reasons that this condition exists is that along the river and west of I-55 and north of I-20, most of that is farmland. The interesting thing is a lot of that farmland is not even being farmed. And there was a hearing held by Senator Sparks in the Senate where they had people out of the Delta come and talk. The Delta Council came and testified. And the Delta Council actually said, don't worry about economic development, just make sure you keep our farm subsidies coming. These are the leaders who are supposed to be speaking for the area. That's not helpful. That's not what we need to do. If there's land that's not being used, let's put some manufacturing on it. Let's put some jobs on it. Let's put people back to work. Not ask them to move. Let them stay there and fortify those communities. That's what I would ask.
Gentleman's time has expired on this amendment. Question recurs on the adoption of Amendment 3. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Noes have it. Noes have it. Roll call is demanded. There is sufficient number. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the amendment, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 40 yeas, 77 nays, the amendment fails. Next amendment, gentlemen.
I got a bunch, but I'm gonna stop at 4, Mr. Speaker, because I appreciate your indulgence. Thank you. Number 4. Now, this is one that I really feel good about. As a condition of receiving the funds appropriated by this act, the Mississippi Development Authority shall award grants to eligible entities under the Mississippi Site Development Grant Program that are located in counties that have been certified as ACT Work Keys, Work-Ready Communities, with the grants being awarded in the order of the dates that those counties received that certification from the earliest date to the latest date. Now, the reason I like this amendment is that Representative Donnie Bell, who does workforce development, who talks about how important it is to have a trained workforce and have promoted programs like this all over the state and has done a very good job of it. And even in areas where they literally barely can afford to make these programs work, in some of these counties, half of the counties that I listed are poor counties that actually have great and have been certified and approved work-key, work-ready communities. But there has not even been a blink of economic development in those counties. And so what all I'm asking is, if you are a ACT work-key, work-ready community, no matter how poor you are, no matter whether or not you have the matching funds or not, if you have the trained workforce, let's look at those counties first. Let's not keep running to the same areas all the time, and let's create jobs and opportunities in that area. That's all this amendment does.
I recognize the chairman to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate your amendments, and they're all, again, good amendments, but I don't think we need to hamstring MDA with dictating where they should and should not. They have their regulations that they follow, the guidelines that they follow for selecting these sites. I would ask you to vote no on the amendment.
I recognize the author to close.
Just briefly, it's $117 million last time I looked. They may have given out some grants since then. But the idea that we don't direct MDA, I'll go back to what the governor says. They operate and we show what we want to do in economic development based on the votes and the pleasure of the Mississippi State Legislature. And so we can tell them what we want to see them do. We can say, you've done a great job, which they have, a fantastic job, but we want you to stretch out a little bit more and look at these areas and see what you can do there. Just do it. Just try it. Just give us a look. Just do that. And that's all we're asking with these amendments. And I understand it may not be the time, but I'm asking you to do it, but you know you'll see it again. So I would ask you to vote for the amendment.
Gentlemen, you yield for a question?
Yes.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, yield.
Yes.
Gentlemen, were you aware that there was a company in Washington County, a little small community called Leland, that had got 14 government contracts and needed $350,000 to get up and going, and he was denied from MDA?
No, I didn't know that.
Did you know that he had good credit, but he borrowed up to his tilt to keep his business going? And did you know he was told by officials at MDA that if he moved his business to Madison County or to the Gulf Coast, he could get $10 million to do so?
No, I didn't know that.
So were you aware that he was going to hire up to 200 employees?
No, I didn't know that.
Were you aware he was going to pay them anywhere from $18 to $25 an hour, but he could not get the money he needed to go forward? Were you aware of that?
Those are the kind of opportunities we'd like to see happen in Washington County. No, I did not know that.
Did you know he had been certified by the United States Department of Defense to provide all kind of services to the Navy, the Air Force, Marines, all those entities, and he couldn't get the money he needed?
No, I didn't.
So wouldn't a concept like this allow businesses like that to sustain themselves and grow?
It would direct MDA to pay close attention and make sure they help entities like you just described. Yes, it would. Mr. Speaker, I move final passage.
All right. Question recurs on the adoption of Amendment 4. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Noes have it. The noes have it. Roll call is demanded. There is sufficient number. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the amendment, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 43 yeas, 75 nays, the amendment fails. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 86 yeas, 2 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to item number 39, Senate Bill 2012. Call that bill up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Mississippi Department of Employment Security's appropriation. The House adopted the following changes to the LBR level of funding. The agency comes in at $139,802,496. We made exceptions with the health insurance increases, and above that, $3,048,406 in vacancy funding. And total increase above LBR is $3,064,702. And I yield for any questions. That's an explanation.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Owen, for a question. He passes. Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the chairman yield?
Absolutely, gentlemen.
Mr. Chairman, how much over LBO is this agency, Employment Security?
Total above LBR was $3,064,702.
And what's that increase? What's that increase for?
A portion of that was health insurance increases, and what is that? It's vacancy funding. There's an acronym here. I didn't know what it meant, but it's federal funding. It's vacancy funding from federal sources. No state dollars.
No state dollars.
That's right.
And I guess that's my question. During the process and hearings, was there any indication that federal funding may be cut?
Not at that time.
Okay.
I mean.
And also with this, the unemployment, how much money do we have in the unemployment fund?
I don't have that in front of him, but hold just a moment and I'll try to get that number.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have that number.
Don't have that.
Don't have that number available, but I can get it for you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 94 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 40, Senate Bill 2001. Call that bill up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, this is the Consolidated University General Support Appropriation. It comes in at $1,470,150,699. The House adopt the following changes to the LBR level of funding: $12,369 in health insurance premium increases, $396,463 in health insurance premium increase adjustments, and $200,000 for the DuBard school expenses, for a total increase over LBR of $608,832. And that's an explanation of the appropriation bill. I yield for any questions.
Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield.
Yes, gentlemen.
And I want you to correct me if I'm wrong, but it appears that there's a 15%, roughly 15% decrease in funding to the general support fund in this bill.
That's the lack of CapEx spending. There is no CapEx spending in this bill.
Could you, I mean, I didn't hear you, gentlemen, I'm sorry. I didn't hear what you said. What did you just say?
The 15% reduction in it is not having the CapEx spend in it. There is no CapEx money.
No capital expense?
Exactly.
Okay. And could you tell me where these cuts are going to go to?
I mean, I'm assuming building projects or whatever they choose. They normally come to us with building projects, some that are already underway, some that they're in the planning process.
So if we have existing building projects on our college campuses, what are we going to do to finish them?
Right. Well, that's the question we asked the Senate in negotiation about the CapEx spend. That's when we couldn't reach an agreement on what we were going to spend CapEx money on. So some agencies, the universities, college, community college, got none.
So, gentlemen, I'm sure that all our universities are undergoing some type of renovations, things of that nature, and some of the universities don't have the cushion that other universities have. So are we just going to leave these universities stranded?
This year, yes, sir. No
That's what we're going to do.
No CapEx spend to any universities.
Mm-hmm. And this decision was made by
the appropriators in both ends of the building, both the House and the Senate.
Did you all talk about this? Did we talk about this today in appropriations meetings? Or did we talk about this over the last month without formal meeting being held? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what we're gonna do about these buildings that need to be fixed. It's gonna be raining in the buildings, and I'm just trying to see what us as legislators who are trying to provide the workforce development. I hear a lot about workforce development, Are we trying to fix these problems, fix these buildings, or are we just trying to pass a budget?
Well, at this point, we're just passing a budget. It was the House position to do what we've done every year. For some reason, it was not the Senate's position. We could not get an agreement on what we were going to spend all the CapEx money on, and so we made a decision not to spend any. If we couldn't get money to our counties, our cities, then we're not going to spend it anywhere.
Well, gentlemen, one thing I can say about your response is that you sound like you're being honest about them. And I'm not trying to pick on you, but I just want to ask you a couple of questions. Okay? Tell me what the general support bill does as a whole. What are the different intricacies of the general support bill? If you can.
General support includes salaries, travel, contractual services, commodities, equipment.
So there will be no raises for college professors this year?
No raises, unless the university makes that up in, oftentimes I think it's even done in increase in tuitions. I don't know what their plans are.
Okay. All right. So, and gentlemen, so equipment that is needed by these universities, it's going to be hard to come by this year. Is that what you're saying? And let me move past that. I don't want you to. You don't even have to answer that question because I already know the answer to it. What are we going to be able to do next year? What are we going to be able to do about this next year? Because as my understanding that our budget is going to be smaller next year and the year after and the year after and the year after and the year after to remedy this problem.
I can't speculate on what we're going to do next year in the appropriation process. But I bring this to you today.
Okay. And we are supposed to be stewards of the future for our children in this state that want to obtain a higher education. Is that right?
All I have is the numbers before me with this particular bill at this time, gentlemen. I'm not going to get into a policy debate. This is about appropriation.
I understand that. Well, thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, lady.
Now, gentlemen, you know, we've had a discussion about education enhancement funds.
Yes, ma'am.
And I looked through the junior college budget, but I would invite the House, if they were to look in this IHL budget and look at some of the stuff that we're spending EEF funds on. Now, let me ask you this, gentlemen. This research, innovation, biomedical, AI thing at Ole Miss, now what does that have to do with books, buildings, and buses?
Ma'am, I have no idea.
Okay, we'll go to line 361 in your bill.
Yes, ma'am.
$3,420,000 for a something with AI. What does that have to do with books, buildings, and buses? But we don't know. But we took $3,420,000 of EEF funds, right? Okay. What does the study of the operations of the Haley Barber Center?
Ma'am, I know nothing about the curriculum at any of these universities or what they involve. I mean, I cannot answer those questions for you.
Okay. Well, the reason I'm asking you is because you are the person who's handling this appropriations bill.
Yes, ma'am.
And there is almost $1 million appropriation for this function.
It's level from last year's appropriation.
And it's out of
the same
education
thing.
enhancement funds, which we know is for books, buildings, and buses. And that's why I was asking you. But let's just keep going, because really we can go all through this bill. The only reason I'm asking you is this, gentlemen. Do you not agree that if we want to do these things, and believe me, I want them to do research. I don't have a problem with any of these things that's in here. My problem is where we get the monies from. And I think that we should use, and I think you would agree, that education enhancement funds, if that's what we told the public that those dollars would be used for, principally for K through 12, that's really what we should be doing. And I think you would also agree that since we've been blessed to have monies, if we want to make these commitments, would you not agree that we ought to do it out of our surplus?
No, ma'am.
And why
I'm not going to give my opinion on what we should or shouldn't do.
Okay. Well, could we not have done it out of our surplus?
I'm sorry I asked that question. I didn't.
Could we not have used surplus dollars as opposed to EEF?
This is money that was appropriated last year and probably the year before that. This is just this is nothing above what has already been appropriated to them in the past.
The ones that I pointed out to you
insurance.
gentlemen are from July 25 to June 26.
But they're
so they're in this
it's not
appropriated
new
year.
money. It's not a new appropriation.
Well, the money is being appropriated, and I don't see, even though I see they are reauthorizing the appropriation, and apparently they did not use the money. I guess what I'm saying to you is that we have school districts in this state that had they gotten the money initially, they would have fixed their buildings. They would have bought air-conditioned buses. And these big universities with all of this money that they don't seem to really need our help, so much so that they're not even spending the money, you're having to reauthorize it. Gentlemen, it gets very difficult for us to go back to our constituents year after year when they see these things, they read these things, and they know what they have what has been voted on and what the purpose of it is. I know I'm not going to change any minds. And really I'm not even trying to, but just know that education enhancement and every child is being rained on, and these children who are near dehydrated when they get off these hot buses, just know that you put monies in these big universities that couldn't even spend it when you gave it to them the first time, that we had to reauthorize it to them, and you got children that's being rained on, you got children riding in these hot buses. That's the choice that we made.
Thank you, lady. Thank you, lady. Gentleman from Lafayette, Mr. DeWeese, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On today's calendar, this House supplemental calendar we're on right now, I'd like to hold items 1 through 39 on a motion to reconsider, please.
Yes, sir, we will do that. Please notify the chair. All right. Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, will you yield?
Yes, gentlemen.
Great. I wanted to ask these questions earlier on item number 38, the Development Authority. So I'll just ask them now. I know you when the gentleman kept offering his amendments, you kept mentioning in your responses that you've been working on this piece of legislation.
Gentlemen, are you asking a question about a bill we've already passed?
Well, if you give me a little latitude, Mr.
All right,
Speaker,
I'm going to, in the spirit of
and I'll get to it. Yeah. So
cooperation.
My spirit moved me to ask these. So you said that you noted that you've been working on these bills for the last 6 weeks. Is that correct? With the other side. Is that correct?
Yes.
I couldn't hear you.
Yes.
Okay. And at what point in time did you guys come to an agreement?
I don't recall the date.
A week, 10 days ago.
You said, say it again.
A week, 10 days ago, maybe.
A week and 10 days ago?
A week or
10 days ago?
Right.
All right. So, gentlemen, why is it that this body is just not seeing these bills today at 11 a.m.?
They just got printed.
They just got printed. But you guys agreed to it a week
The numbers,
and
right.
or 10 days ago.
That's right.
But we all just saw them today at 11 a.m. And gentlemen, do you think that's the way we ought to run the state?
Well, actually, I think we've been a little bit more transparent than.
Mr. Speaker, I apologize, Jim. Mr. Speaker, I can't hear. I'm sorry.
Gentleman's indicating cannot hear. Please keep your noise down and your conversations to a lower level. Please continue, gentlemen.
Well, to go through the process, gentlemen, of course, the Senate prints their bills, we print our bills. When we get the spreadsheet put
Could you
together.
speak up, gentlemen? I'm sorry. Maybe it's just me in the late hour.
Both chambers print their own bills, and once we get them together, we get them to you, and we tried to do that this year in an effort to get those numbers to you.
I understand the printing process, gentlemen, but I guess if you guys came to an agreement 7 or 10 days ago, I guess why was it not made available to the membership 7 or 10 days ago.
They weren't printed.
And so they couldn't be placed online. And so if I'd walked up here 7 or 10 days ago and said, hey, they've come to an agreement, my understanding they've come to an agreement and I asked for the bill, would I have been able to get it?
If you've got a question, gentlemen, about this particular piece of legislation, I have given you some leniency in answering some of your questions, but I'm not going to answer any more unless they deal with this particular bill.
Okay, well, okay, on this particular bill, Senate Bill 2001, if I had walked up here 7 or 10 days ago and asked to see a copy of it, would I have been able to receive a copy of it?
You would not have.
But you completed it 7 or
The
10
numbers,
days ago.
we were together on the numbers. Yes,
So I guess, again, Jim, I'm trying
But
to
the language of
understand.
the language
If
of
I
the bill
wanted to
was
get
not.
Senate Bill 2001, 7 or 10 days ago, when you guys came to an agreement.
wasn't available.
I wouldn't have been able to get it.
That's right.
Why is that?
It wasn't available, wasn't printed.
Because it wasn't printed.
That's right.
And it wasn't online.
That's right.
But you did come
I
to an
don't-
agreement on it.
That's the way things happen. That's the way the
And
process
as
works.
as a member of this body, I would have no access to it until 11 o'clock today. AM today, because it's
I
past 11
don't
o'clock
know when it was
now.
emailed.
Say that again, Jim.
I don't know when it was emailed.
When it was emailed? Okay. All right, gentlemen. Thank you.
Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Watson. He passes. All right. I don't see any further questions on the
Final
bill.
passage.
Gentlemen. He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 88 yeas, 7 nays, the bill passes.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to have that bill held on the motion.
Yes, sir. We will do that. Thank you. Hold on, gentlemen. All right. My computer shows that we just hit midnight, and that ends this legislative day of Wednesday. So we will start our new legislative day. I will call the House to order for Thursday. Please stand as we are led in prayer by the gentleman from Lowndes. And then remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good morning. Good to be here with y'all. Yeah.
It died a slow, silent death on its own.
Let's pray. Lord, good to be here. Good to be here with friends. Appreciate it. Thank you for taking care of us. Had some good discussions. Appreciate what you do for us. Appreciate this state that I live in. Appreciate the families that are represented here. I ask you to guide our thoughts going forward. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Attention, salute, pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Close the machine, Madam Clerk.
There's a quorum present, Mr. Speaker.
We will have the reading of the journal. Gentleman from Rankin, Representative Powell, moves we dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Report of select committees.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Report of standing committees.
We have reports on the calendar, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of bills and constitutional amendments. Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I may ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the introductions.
Is there objection to this? Hearing no serious objection, Mr. Clerk, we will follow that procedure. Resolutions, petitions, memorials, and other papers.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of guests and visitors. I don't see any. All right. They may be going to print another calendar. As you know, we are down to item 41 on the one you have. Those items exist on today's calendar, as well as all items that have been held on a motion to reconsider. Yes, sir, and then he just held 40, so it'll be 1 through 40 on the motion to reconsider. I believe we will pick up with item 1 for the day, which is 41 on the paper in front of you, Senate Bill 2002. Gentleman from Montgomery, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 41, Senate Bill 2002. Call that up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentleman, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the University Subsidiary Programs Consolidated. Appropriation comes in at $86,125,615. The House adopted the following changes to the LBR level of funding: $30,000 increase to the Mississippi Mineral Resource Institute for research on hydrogen and lithium deposits, $12,576 health insurance premium adjustments, and an additional $6,789 for additional health insurance premium increase adjustments. Total increase over LBR level of funding of $49,365. And that's an explanation of the bill. I yield for any questions.
All right, questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 89 yeas, 2 nays, bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to, in keeping with our Senate counterparts on the other end, the next 5 bills are actually at LBR, and I would like to ask with unanimous consent that we take those bills, items number 42, 43. I'm sorry, that would probably be item 2, 3.
Just stay with the numbers on the sheet for now, gentlemen, please.
Senate Bill 2003, Senate Bill 2004, Senate Bill 2005, Senate Bill 2006, and Senate Bill 2007 up in a block vote. They're all of these bills are the same. They have adjustments for health insurances, and other than that, they're at LBR.
All right.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. I do need to pull one of those. There, it is not.
All right. I believe the lady from Jones is indicating she wants to pull one as well. No. He started at item 42 through 46. Those five bills. But now he's saying he wants to pull one out.
I apologize, Mr. Speaker. I thought there was some CapEx in one of the bills, but it's not. It's just spending authority. There's no CapEx. They're all the same.
All right. Are we good with taking these 5 up in block? I hear no objections. Gentlemen, you make the usual motion as to these 5.
I do, Mr. Speaker.
He calls these bills up, move the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, if you want to give them the numbers on these 5 budgets.
I will. Ladies and gentlemen, and I may have gotten these out of order. Senate Bill 2003 is the ASU Agricultural Research Extension Land Grant Program appropriation. It comes in at $8,222,984 with adjustments for health insurance and an increase in that amount of $2,595 above LBR. That's an explanation of that bill. Senate Bill 2004 comes in at, it is the Mississippi State University Agriculture Forestry Experiment Station. It comes in at $35,038,687 with adjustments for both health insurance premium increases. Total increase to LBR of $10,770. The next one, Senate Bill 2005, and this was the one I got one out of order, and I'm sorry, and this is in our mix. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to go ahead and ask. It did have some CapEx spending in it, lady. I know that was something you were trying to keep up with.
We'll explain it to him.
I will. It is $100,000 in addition to the health insurance increases for the Youth Preparedness Initiative at the Mississippi State University Cooperative Extension Service. And that's the only addition outside of LBR. It comes in at $47,905,461. The only additions are the $100,000 to the Mississippi Youth Preparedness Initiative in CapEx and $20,412 increase in health insurance costs. And that's an explanation of that bill. That's Senate Bill 2005. I would yield for any questions, lady, or any member, given that I erroneously said that there was no CapEx in these bills. I want to clarify that that was the only one. Okay.
You got 2 more there, gentlemen.
Yes, sir. Senate Bill 2006. This is the Mississippi State University Forestry and Wildlife Research Center. It comes in at $7,631,906. It's an increase over LBR of $1,860, and that's in health insurance premium cost. Also, Senate Bill 2007, this is Mississippi State University College of Veterinary Medicine, comes in at $73,469,721, and it is increases. This is general fund and special fund increases to LBR level of $17,577,143. It's $68,100 of general funds and $17,509,043 in special funds. Total increase base level of funding of $17,577,143. These are increases to subsidies. Additional rural vet scholarships. We increased the Mac Huddleston Scholarship Program at the vet school from 2 scholarships annually to 4 scholarships annually. And then the rest of that is health insurance adjustments. And I yield for any questions on any of these bills, if there are any, Mr. Speaker.
I don't see any questions, gentlemen.
Move passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor these bills, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 92 yeas, 1 nays, bills pass. Next item, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, move to item 47, Senate Bill 2008. Call that bill up. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the 3rd time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the appropriation for student financial aid. It comes in at $58,239,080. The House took the following, made the following changes to the LBR level of funding. Had a requested reduction of $4,415,376. This is a carryover funding from fiscal year 24-25, added in as special fund authority. It's an increase for reappropriated general funds from fiscal year 24-25 in the amount of $5,622,837. An increase for estimated loan collections of $1,059,353, increase in subsidies, an additional optometry scholarship, and in the amount of $20,000, and then health insurance premium increase adjustments for a total of $2,287,108 above LBR level of funding. And that's an explanation of the budget. I yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. We couldn't quite follow. Now, would the gentleman tell us the decrease that was requested and what was that?
$4,415,376 in the general fund. It was an agency requested reduction. It was a carryover funding from fiscal year 24 and 25 that was added in special fund authority.
Okay.
It was not new money. It was just special fund authority.
And so the total amount that we're expending this time, did you say was 57 million?
58,239,080.
58 million. Okay, so that's why I'm trying to follow this decrease, because when we look what was actually spent, this is an increase. What was actually spent according to the budget book was 54 million to, and we are giving them 57, almost 58 million.
Well, we did have an increase in reappropriated general funds of $5,622,000 and $1,059,000.
Okay.
So while there was a decrease, there was a larger increase.
Yeah. And so you see
Number
why
went
that
up.
seems confusing? Okay. Yep. All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't see any further questions.
Final passage.
Moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 98 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to item 48, Senate Bill 2017. Call that bill up. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the appropriation for Office of State Aid Road Construction. The House adopted the following changes to LBR funding. An addition of $2,016 to health insurance increases, $357,853 in vacancy funding, and in $15 million in LSBP spending authority for a total increase of $15,359,869. The agency comes in at a level of $235,736,074, and that's an explanation of the budget. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 92 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like you to recognize the gentlelady from Amite to handle the next 3 bills.
Lady from Amite, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 49, Senate Bill 2048. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the coronavirus reappropriation. There is $37,594,226 for Office of Workforce Development, $358,693,365 for DEQ for the Mississippi Municipality and County Water Infrastructure Grant Program, $602,722 for DFA for the Destination Marketing Organization, $7,215,238 to DFA for the Mississippi Association of Independent Colleges and Universities grant, $1,950,581 to the Department of Health for eligible operational expenses allowed under ARPA, $2,103,442 to the Department of Health for the Hospital Expanded Capacity Grant Program, $14,481,807 to the Department of Health for the Local Provider Innovation Grant Program, $295,422,517 to the Department of Health for the Rural Water Association's Infrastructure Grant Program, $22 million for CPS for eligible operational expenses allowable under ARPA, $40 million for the construction of a new nursing school for the University Medical Center, $1,652,000 for repair, renovation, and equipping adolescent psychiatric program at UMC, $46,251,485 for behavioral and mental health needs exacerbated by COVID-19 for the Department of Mental Health, $6,600,000 for eligible operational expenses allowable under ARPA for the Military Department, $2,339,329 for eligible capital projects at state buildings. This is for DPS. $105,000 for temporary legal assistance and support personnel needed to respond to COVID-19 for district attorneys and staff. $437,608 for eligible operational expenses allowable under ARPA for the Supreme Court. $4,685,778 for the Skilled Nursing Home and Hospital Nurses Retention Loan Repayment Program at the Mississippi Post-Secondary Education Financial Assistance Board, $1,200,000 for Independent Schools Infrastructure Grant Program for the Department of Finance and Administration, $50 million for allowable surface transportation projects at MDOT, $54 million for allowable surface transportation projects at MDOT. There is a prohibition on paying employee premiums. All the projects must be allowable under ARPA rules, and it's effective July 1st, 2025. Most, if not all of these, we have previously taken up during the regular session, and the ARPA funds have to be spent by December 31st, 2026. That's an explanation of the Senate bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lady Yield.
Of course.
I'm not on appropriation, but I'm to understand these are all ARPA and coronavirus funds?
Exactly.
It seems like quite a lot. I thought we'd spend most of it. Is this all of it? Are we done with it?
It's my understanding, yes.
This is it? Okay.
This is it.
All right. You don't have the total on this bill, do you?
The total in this bill is, I do, gentlemen, it's $947,335,98.
Wow. And so everything we spent the money on has to comply with federal regulations in terms of where we spend it?
Exactly.
Were any universities eligible for any of these funds? Would you know that?
Not that I'm aware, gentlemen. I named the particular agency and the purpose that it was designated for, so that's what's in the bill.
I mean, it wasn't discretionary. They told us what we could spend it on. Okay.
That was it.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Okay, thank you so much, lady. And then to the gentleman, because, you know, we gave William Carey College $20 million of ARPA, which that went to a school. But what I wanted to ask you was about the gentleman talking about the almost $1 billion that's being reappropriated through ARPA. I want to say to the House that we were not able to ascertain how much dollars are being swept, you know, through state agencies statewide that's going to DOT maintenance, right?
So, right.
Right. So to the gentleman's question, it's going to be probably well over $1 billion. This was reappropriated, but it's going to be well over $100 or so million that's going to have been swept and going into maintenance for DOT. They're getting their excise tax. DOT ought to be happy after this budget process, shouldn't they, lady?
Well, we are, and we've discussed this in the committee, lady, but they're using this money back throughout the state that's going to MDOT. So, yes, lady.
And I want to thank you all, congratulate the Appropriations Committee on the work that you have done. I recognize that it has been hard, but it has also been, it's been hard on everybody.
Thank you, lady.
Lady, I believe that's the truest statement I've heard today. Thank you. All right. Gentleman from Jefferson, you wave. All right, I don't see any further questions, lady.
I move final passage, Mr.
She
Speaker.
moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 95 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, lady.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item number 50, Senate Bill number 2049. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules to be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Lady, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this is our transfer bill. I would say majority of the sections in this bill we previously passed in Senate Bill 2840 during the regular session, but I'm going to go through this bill because I know the lady from Jones wanted to know when there is capital expense funds spent, and there is, lady, quite a bit of capital expense funds in the bill. So we are in section 1, it changes the custody of the Mississippi State University Veterinary School Fund from DFA to the Institutions of Higher Learning. Section 2 is correcting the fund number of the 2022 Emergency Road and Bridge Fund in Senate Bill 2468. Section 3 is transferring $4,030,416 from the University of Mississippi Medical Center to the Department of Health for the Office of Physician Workforce. Section 4 is creating the Mississippi Veterans Home Improvement Fund. And then in Section 5, we're transferring $2.5 million from the Mississippi State Veterans Board Capital Expense Fund to the Mississippi Veterans Home Improvement Fund. In Section 6 and 7, these two sections go together. We're creating the United States Fire Insurance Company Settlement Fund. Then in Section 7, we're transferring $310,362 from the Attorney General Contingent Fund to the United States Fire Insurance Company Settlement Fund. Section 8 is transferring $2,047,425.77 from the Capital Expense Fund, DFA, to the 2022 IHL Capital Improvement Funds. This is not new money. The University of Southern Mississippi had a roofing project and the job was completed for less than the amount that was appropriated. So this just gives USM the ability to complete other projects with the remaining funds. Sections 9, 10, 11, and 12 all go together. We're transferring $2.5 million from the March 2023 Storm Housing Mission Fund to the Hazard Mitigation Administration and Management Fund. In Section 10, after completing that transfer that I just mentioned in Section 9, then the state fiscal officer is going to transfer the remaining balance of the March 2023 Storm Housing Mission Fund to the Disaster Assistance Trust Fund. Section 11 is transferring $1.5 million from the Capital Expense Fund to the Disaster Assistance Trust Fund. Section 12 is repealing the code sections creating the March 2023 Storm Housing Mission Fund on July 1st, 2025. Section 13 and 14 go together. We're creating the DBCF Civil Money Penalty Fund, which is going to be used by the Department of Banking and Consumer Finance to deposit fees and settlements related to the violations of the Money Transmission Modernization Act that we passed this year in House Bill 1428. In Section 14, we're transferring the $1,760,285.83 from the Consumer Finance Fund to the DBCF Civil Money Penalty Fund that we just created in Section 13. Section 15 is transferring $88,328,303 from the appropriate financial institutions to the NG 911 CMRS Grant Fund that was created in Section 7 of Senate Bill 2835 during this regular session. Section 16 is transferring $743,000 from the appropriate financial institutions to the NG 911 fund created in Section 8H of Senate Bill 2835 that passed during this session. Section 17 transfers $350,000 from the Capital Expense Fund to the Board of Animal Health Disease Response Fund. Section 18 is transferring $18 million from the Capital Expense Fund to the Mississippi Department of Transportation Strategic Multimodal Investment Fund. Section 19 is transferring $40 million from the Capital Expense Fund to the Mississippi Department of Transportation 2022 Infrastructure Match Fund. Section 20 transfers $2 million from the Animal Fire Fund to the Rural Fire Truck Matching Assistance Fund. Section 21 transfers $3 million from the Annual Fire Fund to the Mississippi Volunteer Firefighter Length of Service Awards Program to the LOSAP Fund Program. Section 22 is transferring $12 million from the Capital Expense Fund to the Mississippi Outdoor Stewardship Trust Fund. Section 23 is effective upon passage. So the capital expense funds that I just named are in Section 11, Section 17, 18, 19, and 22. And that's an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the general letter yield.
Yes.
I didn't quite hear all that. Could you read all that over again?
I think she can, gentlemen. I wouldn't dare to.
I can.
I don't see any further questions, lady.
I move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
She moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 94 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes.
I have one more, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to go to item 51, Senate Bill 2050. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this is our transfer bill in Senate Bill 2050. We are amending, we're creating a land improvement fund for the purpose of transferring custody of the land improvement fund from the Secretary of State's office to the Department of Finance and Administration. And this is for improvements of LaFleur's Bluff State Park. And then we're transferring in Section 2, $13 million from the Capital Expense Fund to the Land Improvement Fund. We're creating the lift at the Mississippi Children's Museum Fund and provides that DFA may disperse the funds for improvements at the Mississippi Children's Museum. So the lift at the Mississippi Children's Museum is an after-school program that services about approximately 100 students in JPS school district. And then in Section 4, we're transferring $5 million from the Capital Expense Funds to the lift at the Mississippi Children's Museum. It's effective upon passage. So in Sections 2 and in Sections 4, there are capital expense funds in this transfer bill. And that's an explanation of the bill. Mr. Speaker, I'll yield for any questions.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines. He passes.
Robin have the floor.
Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will Lady yield?
Yes.
Now, this is $13 million. I seem to recall that we had appropriated $14 million for the LaFleur's Bluff a couple of years ago, and the governor vetoed it. And we're coming back with the promise that we didn't have any special projects or local projects. We're putting $14 million on LaFleur's Bluff.
Yes, we are, gentlemen. We are creating a land improvement fund, and we're going to be transferring $13 million of capital expense funds to the land improvement fund. For
Did they designate what they would be spending that on at LaFleur's Bluff?
So in the bill, it just says for the purpose of improving LaFleur's Bluff State Park property in accordance with the master plan of the LaFleur's Bluff Conservancy.
And so all I know is over there is a golf course. So we're getting ready to put $14 million in a 9-hole golf course in LaFleur's Bluff, and we can't build a dormitory at Mississippi Valley State University.
Gentlemen, all I know is that we're creating this fund and transferring.
Thank you, lady.
You're welcome.
Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
I want to speak on the bill at the proper time.
Yes, sir. You recognize now, gentlemen. Gentleman from Marion is recognized to speak on the bill.
I know it's early in the morning, everybody's tired and give out, but I got something I want to say about this thing. Here's the whole bill right there, 2 pages. It's mighty funny to me. I think we heard something just a while ago about the golf course, a 9-hole golf course over there in a wetland. That thing couldn't even be built now by law according to the statutes of the wetland. Here we are, you're going to go over there and spend $13 million on one thing, and then we're going to spend $5 million on something else. And it just all happens to come out of what we call the capital expense fund. You know, we come up here and we would have honestly liked to carry just a little sliver of pie home with us that come from the capital expense fund to our people that could have fixed a road or a bridge or done something to your community. But I want you to know right now, if they think they're going to pull a one-leg plan on me, they're going to have to get up early in the morning because this thing's going to come. And about him, I think this needs to go right back where it come from the powers that be on the other end of the hall trying to push things through. Please vote no.
Recognize the chairman to close.
I'd like to respond, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized, lady.
Okay, thank you. So I know that the gentleman from Adams asked the question, and then we also had someone to get up to speak about the $13 million about that being utilized for the golf course. So I had a chance to check while the gentleman was speaking. I'm being told that this money is going to be used for improvements that are not related to building a golf course. So that's what's being represented to me. So that is what I'm letting the body know, that it is. I'm being told this is not being used for a golf course, that it is for improvements in accordance with the master plan for LaFleur's Bluff Conservancy. So I would ask you to please support the bill, and if there are no further questions, Mr. Speaker.
Lady, do you yield for questions?
I do.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Where is he? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentlelady yield?
Of course.
I think I heard you say that the $5 million goes towards like an after-school program?
Right, this is for LIFT.
And it services about 100 kids. That's like $50,000 a kid. Did I hear you right?
It's serving over 100 students from 5 Jackson public schools across the city.
Okay, so that is about $50,000 per student.
Well, the project focus areas, let me give you a little bit more background. Has to do with workforce and STEM training development, after-school programming. There is a statewide impact where you have 150 to 175 public school students in daily aftercare, 2,000 students in summer enrichment camps, 40,000 field trip students, professional development for educators. It trains up to 150 teachers at a time and would train 3 to 4 teaching cohorts per year. So I think you're getting a lot for this $5 million for the students in JPS. I mean, you're getting after school care, summer enrichment camps, field trips. The teachers are getting professional development. You're getting workforce and STEM training development. So yes, this is something that's going to be administered through or at the Children's Museum, so Mississippi Children's Museum, gentlemen.
Okay, thank you. I was just trying to figure out what that money was going for, and I want to make sure I heard you right.
Oh, you're welcome.
All right. I don't see any further questions.
Move final passage, Mr.
Lady
Speaker.
moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote no. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. A vote of 47 yeas, 64 nays. Bill fails.
Mr. Speaker?
Anything further, lady?
Yes. I'd like to ask for immediate release on items 41 through 50.
All right. Is there objection? Is there objection to the lady's request for immediate release? I hear no objection. Gentleman from Neshoba, Mr. Bounds, for what purpose?
Request for unanimous consent, Mr. Speaker. I can do it from the well.
Just hold on. All right, come to the well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, 2 bills we passed earlier today, the appropriation for Department of Environmental Quality and the appropriation for wildlife, fisheries, and parks. We had 2 clerical errors in each bill, and I'm asking for unanimous consent of the House to correct these clerical errors. In the appropriation, House Bill 3 for the Department of Environmental Quality, on line 110, we are deleting the word 5 before the word permanent and replacing with the word 8. After the word, and delete the word 8 and replace with the word 5. What we're doing there is there was wrong figures were placed in front of the time-limited pens and the permanent pens in there, and we're just making those changes. There's no net gain, no net loss on the pens. They're just being reconfigured to where they were supposed to be. They were drafted and put into the wrong place. And then on the appropriation for the wildlife, fisheries, and parks, basically the same thing, amended on line 62. Deleting the number 523 and replacing with 514, and on line 63, deleting the number 42 and replacing with 51. On the 523, we're taking that down. That's full-time pens, taking it down to 514, and on line 63, we are upping the time-limited pens from 42 to 51. Here again, it's no net increase or no net decrease in the pens. It's just a clerical error where they were, and I'm asking for unanimous consent to correct those clerical errors, Mr. Speaker.
All right, gentleman's asked for unanimous consent. Are there any questions on those? I see no one seeking recognition. The gentleman's requested unanimous consent. Does anyone object to that? Hearing none, gentlemen, we will make those changes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank y'all. All right. I believe, let us pause just for 5 minutes. We'll recess here for just 5 minutes and suspend business to figure out if this concludes our work. Y'all don't go far.
the desks are going to be packed out into storage, and they are going to do work in the chamber. If there's something you want out of your desk, you need to get it now or in the next couple of days, because the desk will be gone for a while. So clean your desk. Thank you.
Announcements by the members. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Haney.
Inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
Journey memories, can we turn them in later today?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You would turn those in the clerk's office just like you normally would. Yes, sir. Gentleman from Lowndes, Mr. Kareem. He passes. Lady from Lowndes, Miss McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Adjourn in memory.
You recognize?
Yes, I would like to adjourn in memory of my constituent and one of our own, former Representative Bo Robinson of Hamilton, Mississippi and Monroe County, who passed away on Tuesday at his home at age 90. Bo was born and raised in Hamilton, Mississippi, and was an Air Force veteran. Bo's love for people and passion for service led him into politics, and he began his career as sheriff of Monroe County, was elected to the Mississippi House of Representatives for District 20, and following that, Governor Ray Mabus appointed Bo to complete a term as Northern District Public Service Commissioner, and he later ran for the position and served for 18 years. Bo is survived by his devoted wife, Betty, of 72 years. His daughter, Deandra, 5 grandchildren, and 7 great-grandchildren. I'd like to ask the House to join me in this memoriam. Thank you.
Thank you, lady, for reminding us of Mr. Robinson's passing. It would be my suggestion that all members be added as co-authors. If you wish to not be added as a co-author on the adjourning memory, please go by the clerk's office and let them know. Otherwise, as a member, you will be added. Gentleman from Alcorn, Mr. Maddox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Adjourn in memory.
Yes, sir.
I want to adjourn in memory of Jackson Marler. He was the young man that led us in the Pledge of Allegiance January the 7th. He was killed and buried today in a tragic wave runner accident over the weekend. Good kid. Be in prayer with all that was involved in that.
Thank you, gentlemen. He was a fine young man. Tragic loss. We will certainly adjourn in his memory. All right, I see no one else seeking recognition. I would be remiss if I didn't use this last few seconds to welcome our 2 newest members to the House of Representatives. I don't know why they got seats on the front row, but they're both still smiling after a long day today. Is this how you envisioned it, Representative Elliott? You saw the best and the worst all in one day. How about that? Representative Bailey, we still not, last time when you got here mid-term, you didn't get on a composite, and you don't get on a composite again this time. You win one more special election and we'll just do a portrait of just you and put it up somewhere. How about that? It's good to have you back. Good to have you here. All right, any further announcement by any member? Again, I want to thank you for your cooperation tonight on both sides of the aisle. Lady from Pearl River, Miss Wilkes.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. I do have 2 adjourning memories. I have an Aiden Stockstill from Picayune who was killed. He's, I think, 14 years old. It was killed in a head-on collision. But also, my desk mate over here, Greg Holloway, his son, as we all know, passed away. And I'd like to adjourn in memory of Greg Holloway II.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. We will certainly do that. And we mourn that loss with you, gentlemen. And you had a very fitting tribute for him at his funeral service. And those of you members who were there know that it was fitting. And we certainly mourn with you, and we're here for you. It's a tough loss. He's a fine son, and I know you'll miss him. Any further announcements from any member? All right. I will recognize the gentleman from Rankin for the motion.
I move that the first extraordinary session be dissolved.
All right, you've heard a gentleman's motion. The first extraordinary session 2025 do hereby be dissolved. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The House will adjourn. Sine die.